so it's easy to do that, and that also does mean that the wave will push in. The Faceless Void generally does not have any problems farming under the tower. In fact, one of the best heroes for doing that, in my opinion. Just has a nice animation, decent base damage. So let's see how this lane goes. With two melee heroes, it should be quite hard to get any kills. Unless you're able to get, 3-4 levels, get a couple of points to that Scorched Earth, get maybe 1 point in every ability as a Slaughtered. That's when you can perhaps start to chase down the Grimstroke. I think it's going to be very hard to go for back here on the Faceless Void. See that mid Snapfire. As we were saying, a hero who doesn't need levels. I think that makes a lot of sense. Really, it's either the mid Snapfire or the mid Doom, and I definitely prefer the mid Snapfire here. The mid Doom we see quite a lot as well, but sometimes we see that hero not achieve enough during the mid game. Often we see Dooms hit level 6 and never really use that ultimate. At least in the mid lane, I think as a support it's easier to get around and get the job done. On bottom, Sven. Generally speaking, any melee hero does not enjoy playing against the Underlord. I think as Sven you're going to want to get as much regen as possible. Does have some help from Bite Beauty there with that salve. I think once you start getting that Mask of Madness, you should be fine. Generally, we do see people go for the Mask of Madness even before the treads in this situation. Whereas, for any other matchup, really, the treads is often preferred. Mid lane, actually, a lot of damage being dealt out onto Jamesy. Much like the Emblem, the Snapfire does quite the melee matchups. You can get nice and close, land that Scatter Blast, and while your enemy's last hitting, it should be quite easy to get that cookie stun since they're just in the creep wave. We're looking at the CS all across the board, which is quite even. Really no huge discrepancies so far. Safe laners struggling a little bit, only by a couple of CS. Now that we have the ball on the Snapfire, I think Jamesy might be in some trouble. Skewer is going to happen though onto the tower. I mean, C playing with fire there, forced to jump out using the cookie. That's not what you want. You want the cookie to be used aggressively. I mean, we're talking about the Snapfire having a good match against melee. Well, the Magnus, a hero who can punish very hard if you make some positioning mistakes, and we're seeing just that. Of course, C will be fine, does have a bottle. You're gonna have the 4-minute rune coming up in just a second here. Rune control we see often is quite important, especially in games where both mid laners want to go for bottles. And very often, we actually don't see too many kills, which allows the supports to get active on the map, be it rune control as we see now, and actually a successful bid to control the rune over there. In the river though, C gets pulled in by that shockwave, and that's going to be first blood right kill going the way of our Magnus. This should allow him to pick up his bottle soon enough. That's what he wants to go for, and that's definitely a hero who can accelerate very quickly. Often able to duck into the jungle, get that farm going. And as I was saying, often supports in these low kill situations, you want to be rotating, you want to be stacking. That's where you get a lot of the value here. Especially when you have heroes like the Sven, like the Magnus. I mean, even the Snapfire, as well as the Underlord, can farm stacks quite efficiently. And already we do see an aggressive ward. It's been there for a while, pretty much since the start of the game. That's the kind of thing which can allow you to win out in terms of efficiency in the long run, other than just getting kills, is things like contesting stacks. The Grimstroke especially, a very good hero when it comes to multiple camps. Using all of your abilities, it's really not hard to get 3 stacks going at the same time. Rubik's not bad for it either, and with the Winter Wyvern, with that Arctic burn, there's actually some neat tricks you can do. Flying over trees with that extra attack range, and cute things like that. We do have Doom in the mid lane. Perhaps that was the plan at all. Let the Snapfire die so you have this farm all to yourself. It's not that uncommon to see supports such as the Doom actually, who do need levels quite badly, take the mid lane after a certain point, where the mid laner then rotates into the jungle. For the most part, Symmetric, I think, really much more reliant on levels, whereas Cignal Ultra much more reliant on farm. I think we are going to see one of those situations where Symmetric try and get their ultimates as early as possible and try and use them to set things up. Go for towers, go for pushes, allow their Sven space to farm. We've got some decent Roshan taking potential, definitely worth mentioning. Just all the minus armor on Symmetric, the Sven. If you're willing to commit the ultimate for Roshan, you can take it quite fast. Hopefully we get this resolved soon enough. Symmetric do seem to have a handle on this. And again, all things considered, really nothing too crazy in terms of the lanes. Maybe when we start seeing the ultimate, we'll see some rotations, see people trying to force something out. The Snapfire ultimate's an interesting one. Its range is pretty large, so you can often get a setup even while just being in the river, sitting at a rune. You don't actually have to rotate the full way to get a setup, but heroes like the Underlord can be tanky. It really does need some form of setup to help land those kisses. Van actually does have the Rod of Atos queued up. I was saying perhaps he doesn't need the Atos this game. Personally, I would rather see something along the lines of a Crimson Guard, something along the lines of a pipe to deal with the Magnus. Even something like a Solar Crest, I think, can be very good in these situations when you're playing against a lot of minus armor. And go for the Atos, just a little more pick-off potential there. Not so much reliant on the Blink Dagger timings of this Magnus, as well as the Rubik. Often we do see Rubiks pick up the Aether Lens as their first item. Canoe here, he's gotten a level or two in that mid lane. Going to once again be running around trying to be annoying here. Wants to interfere with things like stacks, which I'm sure Grims would much rather be doing. Our two Bash Lords in this top lane. Hitting creeps. Nothing fancy. Magnus will die in mid lane, actually. I completely missed out on that. Well, that's the first ultimate of the game being used by the Snapfire, and to great effect. Down bottom lane, we do see Sky already rotating in. He doesn't want anything to do with the lane. It's a very tough lane against the Underlord. Just gonna go right into the jungle. Really would rather have the Mask of Madness at this point in time. It's a bit unfortunate on the timing. It's, well, hopefully he doesn't misplay here. The Winter Wyvern, again, a hero who does benefit very much from levels if you're able to get a lot of points into that Splinter Blast early on. It's actually one of the best abilities in the game in terms of mana to damage ratio. Not to mention its AoE. Well, we're going to get a setup here once again on the Magnus. He does have the RP, not going to need it. Skewered is enough. But it really does make you feel the pressure. You kind of force the Magnus into the jungle, and that's another scenario where Doom can be useful. Again, with all this vision that they had set up earlier, that word has expired. Don't really see any corresponding movement coming out here. Well, they're going to get aggressive on to the Winter Wyvern, but I mean, this is one of those why you just leave the Wyvern down in the safe lane. It's really to take out the Wyvern for good. You can always secure range creeps with that Splinter Blast. There is a bit of trick here that I'm going to get zapped by the Rubik Stitch Charge. Are not available for time. Unfortunately, Vanny is really low on mana, gonna get his be cancelled as well. So by beauty here, even 1 versus 2 gonna be just fine. You don't need to get close creeps to last it, unlike Ben. And there's and again, he's so efficient in the jungle, it's really no big loss to shove in there. On the other hand, the Faceless Void pretty much having exactly the same mirrored movement. Both the items pretty much identical here, except that Bat has opted for the casual Gloves of Haste instead of the full Mask of Madness, which we see on the other side. It's effectively the same thing at the end. We are going to finally see the Winter Wyvern beacon down, of course, the TP in from our staff are going to be punishing back the other way. 2 supports going down. Not the biggest of deals, really. In the end, both teams saying, well, you kill the support, but at least my position 1 is farming efficiently. Normally, Faceless Void not too efficient at farming the jungle on, but with the Empower, that really does change everything, and those stacks that we've been talking about all game, I'm going to be talking about this all series, that really is just such a big part of Dota now, if you're not able to get kill after kill. And here it is going to find Grims. Grims does have a pretty good defensive ability there with that Inkswell against 2 melee heroes, but eventually will get caught out, although actually the Chronosphere coming in, the bashes from Bat dealing a lot of damage. It is maxed out on that time lock. Unfortunately, doesn't have too many levels in the time walk as a result, so early chase on the Solan here is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but considering the Chronosphere is expended, I don't think that is bad at all. Meanwhile, bottom lane, another kill there on to the Rubik, and the same adage applies. Support's dying, but that's okay. Our cores are farming. When you have a core on a core in a lane, though, that's where you get some interesting stuff coming out. Jamesy here is holding on to the RP. It is going to have to skewer out once he sees Canoe there. Well, it's good to see that both teams, they are giving appropriate attention to their defensive vision, just making sure that their cores are safe while farming in the jungle. Right now, though, Cignal Ultra do not have anyone in this top lane, so they're losing a lot of potential farm under this tower, but they're also losing the tower itself. Jamesy, as a result of getting all of his stacks over to the Faceless Void, isn't too farmed. Might actually see him go for the dagger rush here, certainly if he ends up getting taken down, which is almost a given at this point. I think you might actually want to rush the Blink Dagger instead of going for the Saber. For the Echo Saber, it is the more standard option, I suppose. And if Lord's going for the ATOS, I suppose there's no need for that Blink. Meanwhile, Faceless Void, top of farm for his team, gonna get run down here by an angry Slaughter. Slaughter with those drums definitely can chase down the Void quite efficiently, and Bath actually extremely hard for him to escape when there's constant vision over him. Doesn't have the Chronosphere up. That Chain Sun is pretty darn good. Bath trying to TP here in the trees. Needed another 2 hits for that bash. That wouldn't have happened anyway. He will get out, but that's not exactly ideal there, having your position 1 forced to TP defensively. He does have the Chronosphere up, however. Maybe they want to get aggressive down off this bottom lane. It is just on here, but thanks to being alone this whole time, he is level 8, so not a weak Winter Wyvern by any means. Really is quite a quiet game. All we've seen are inconsequential kills. Cignal Ultra, they are playing around pretty long cooldowns. RP going to be coming out here onto the Snapfire. Of course, the Snapfire with those boots of travel, very hard to actually chase down. So that is an RP effectively wasted without achieving too much. Jamesy really did want to get that with DD running, but well, that is again another cooldown being used. Faceless Void coming in now with the Chronosphere. It's just going to use it on the Winter Wyvern. Really do want to get this tower, however, the rest of Symmetric, they are coming in. Doom here is going to get gone on the skewer, is going to slow him down quite a bit, but even with that fairly slippery hero with the drums and the scorch surface, it has run out, however, so Eris going to finally get the chase down there. Very close to actually not getting the kill, another couple of seconds more, and I think that wouldn't have worked. Doesn't have that many points into the Arcane Supremacy yet, so it's not like Fade Bolt deals much damage. Grimm's here does want to try to get onto the Slaughter, but Slaughter and the river just a little bit too slippery. Steal there on the Corrosive Haze, not a bad ability to have. On the other hand, Solon, very interestingly enough, he is going for the Midas. I thought for sure he'd be going for something like the Blink Dagger, but no, he goes for the Hand of Midas, realizes he's in a very good position in terms of farm, and this is going to allow Symmetric to perhaps keep pace with Cignal Ultra even as things go into the late game. Even though he didn't have the best start in lane, Faceless Void is still out there with farm thanks to all these stacks, thanks to the Empower. It is a 4K net worth lead for Symmetric. It's definitely significant 15 minutes into the game, but for the most part, it won't be that meaningful, seeing as the game is probably going to revolve around these big cooldowns rather than item timings. Top of that worth is our Sven surprise there. Gonna be going for the full Silver Edge as soon as possible. There's a couple of passives that would be nice to get rid of. The bash on the Faceless Void, always nice. A bat here. Doesn't actually have the Chronosphere, but it is only a couple of seconds, so Symmetric going to be operating under the assumption that it is indeed Beauty. Does have the Blink Dagger. Perhaps that's why Solon decided to go for the Hand of Midas, that they already have this initiation tool coming out from the Winter Wyvern. And as for why the Winter Wyvern has this Blink Dagger this early on, again, it really does go all the way back, giving him the lane, putting the Sven in the jungle. Solon here with the Midas, looking to scale into a bona fide right-click core. We'll see which talents he goes for, as well as going for the damage talent here. This might really be a full-on right-click Slardar. And that's the Slardar. Once you get a certain minimum of attack speed, you in theory can permabash most targets, unless you of course are stunned. That should definitely be interesting going here into the late game if the Slower is able to scale into a late game core. Perhaps the late game supremacy that Cignal Ultra was supposed to have is not going to be such a big deal. TP coming in from our Faceless Void. He's got the BKB, wants to go for a fight. First hit, not going to be bad at all here onto the Winter Wyvern. Very hard for the Wyvern to get out once you're silenced. So that's a quick and clean kill without having to use the Chronosphere there. Blink Dagger here onto the Magnus. If you're Symmetric, if you have decent timing of his Echo Saber, you should be able to know when he has the blink, and that's going to be very, very soon. Cignal Ultra didn't really get punished while Symmetric had their levels. And so now that they've got their items, maybe we will see Cignal Ultra go for a cheeky smoke or two. Try and slow things down. They should know again that Sven has just been farming the whole time, and I don't believe he's died once this game. Well, I mean, he hasn't killed anything this game either. All he has done is hit creeps, and he's very, very happy doing so. Interesting build choice coming out here from our Faceless Void. Not too sure which item he's going to end up going for first, but he does have the Lincoln Sphere queued up. It's after going for the BKB, so that really just happy to go full on defensive. He's got the Magnus buffing him out to make sure he can still farm efficiently. So I think it's okay to go for this build. With the Underlord there, you do have some decent damage going into the Chronosphere, so I'm really not too worried about the damage front. Aghanim Scepter reveal here. Canoe gets spat out towards the Grimstroke. They are able to get that one kill. Grim's going down about using his BKB as well. Canoe, he's thinking about dropping the Doom. There's not much point if you're going to die afterwards. You already get the BKB out from the Faceless Void. That is a bit of a win. And you're just trading a support for support. Really is that BKB which swings things in Symmetric's favor. BKB very important this game, mostly for the Winter Wyvern. Making sure you're not caught in that Arctic curse, Winter's curse. And our Faceless Void is indeed going to be going for the Lincoln Sphere RP up here. Onto Solan, that's not a small kill whatsoever. He's right up there in terms of net worth, so taking him down a peg can be very helpful for Cignal Ultra. They got both their supports in range there, just more gold going over to them. Mid lane, tower extremely low, wouldn't be surprised. Cignal Ultra go for the deny here, and that is going to be successful. Winter Wyvern unable to secure that. And meanwhile, our Sven farming. I actually quite like the fact that he's not going for a BKB. I think going for a BKB, generally speaking, would be questionable against a line which has a Magnus as well as Faceless Void. But also just because of the fact that the earlier you get your BKB, the less effective you're going to be later on. This looks like a game which could go very, very late, generally speaking, so I think playing for that endgame is quite logical. Quiet game. Once again, it's 8 kills apiece. 20 minutes in, it's really nothing too crazy. We haven't seen that many full-on team fights. It's mostly just been pickoffs like this one. Solan is gonna get taken down 2 back-to-back deaths for him. And again, this is not a small kill. He's actually 3rd in net worth this game. And all these levels, they really do add up as well, especially onto the supports. The Faceless Void really does like his levels. For those later talents, just having that time walk range, having extra attack speed, so on and so forth, it's just that much more effective. And Symmetric, surprisingly, they've done absolutely nothing pretty much. All they've done is go for a pusher to, you know, pressure towers sort of with one member, not really going for any big plays. Saw them spit in a Doom, but it's not like it was a big play either. The Doom didn't end up using his Doom. He didn't end up using a Mortar in rare cases. It was just that spit. And similarly, again, Winter Wyvern goes down, trying to push a tower herself. Nothing much happening there. In fact, Cignal, they're so suspicious. What on earth? You're not doing anything. So they scan Roshan. And that just shows how the state of the game is. I mean, there's no way that they know they're 5k behind, and that really is just due to the farm. It's not like Symmetric are getting any big kills. Well, this might be the first big kill we're seeing in a while. Top net worth is our Sven getting collapsed on here. Is invisible, of course. To have the rest of his team coming, and do we use the Silver Tier 4 setup here? Look at that damage coming out on the Grimstroke. Didn't stand a chance. That was what? 5 auto attacks? Not at all. Could actually go for the Roshan up here, but with those two big ultimates, it is very scary. Instead, they're going to be going for more pickoffs, which is also a risky play. Magnus going to be showing himself, going to eat that Doom immediately. Almost certainly going to be going down here, even if you don't. You don't really want to use that anything, but he's going to commit for the kill here, actually. They're going to get one, but the Doom, he has already dropped his ultimate, so losing him is not that big of a deal. All they get is the one kill, or even the tanky Lord going to be down there, so I don't know about that. Symmetric, they went for the smoke, they got the Magnus to use the Doom. And Cignal Ultra, I feel like they could have just let the Magnus hold on to the Chronosphere and try and contest the Roshan afterwards. And instead, well, this monster attacks damage onto the Roshan with the minus armor. Gets taken down in an instant. That is quite literally the first proper rotation that Symmetric have done and is rewarded with success. And this whole time, remember, keep being used here by a Faithless Void. Van is finally going to go for the more defensive aura items, going for the Guardian Greaves. Again, I've already stated my opinion. I don't think you get too much value out of the ATOS here. I'd rather see something along the lines of a... And Symmetric, once again, they've got the Aegis, not really using it to get... Still happy with the Sven farming. Farming amazingly. There's no way to put this. And because he doesn't have the BKB, all of his items are quite cost effective. JP going for the cheekies. Can't find anyone. In goes our Sven. That damage coming out off the roof. He immediately gets taken down, but there's plenty of damage around the other side as well. And Chronosphere, it's not up yet. They're from the Aegis. Doom here doesn't have Doom either, but it's still going to be able to survive at that. RP finally here, but still they don't have the damage to actually take down the Sven. They had damage earlier when they had the numbers, but it's all falling apart here for Cignal. All such a disjointed team after that. And Symmetric, it looked like the map is started with Sven getting taken down so fast. And he was able to survive through all of it, still had a couple of defensive ability from the Winter Wyvern. Definitely is somewhat worrying when your position 1 who's supposed to be quite tanky ends up dying like that, but I think a large part of it was the magic damage coming from the Faceless Void, just those bashes coming through. I think to roll physical, you are quite tanky as the Sven. Now, 17k commanding position here for Symmetric, going for the tier 1 towers. Really do want to close things out. Again, monster damage here from our Sven is... You do not want to be on the receiving end of that. For Radvetas out here onto our Sven, but do you really want to go in? Winter's Curse is going to catch the face of this Void here. Even with that, can they actually chain the CC here? Looks like they can't. Even popping the BKB is just going to go down there. So much chain stun coming out here from Symmetric. So much damage as well, and they even throw the Slardar forward, want to get more. The right clicks. Again, a hard core right click hero right here in this Slardar. Doesn't even need the Sven. And Cignal Ultra, they do have those big ultimates. They have this amazing team, but they've never been able to use it in a team fight. Sky Pop, his ultimate tower is going to melt here. Glyph going to buy some time, another toss in forward. Not going to find anyone this time, but even just getting vision off that Grimstroke is pretty big. It's that much harder for him to walk into these fights. He's like heroes like this Doom can really hold him at bay. Cignal Ultra, 10 seconds left on their face. Void unable to that bottom lane Rax. And Symmetric have already used their Aegis a while ago. No need to push their luck against the Chronosphere and the Narc. Got the data list here on our Sven. Going to be going for the Satanic as his next item. Nothing too crazy there either. I think your options are either the Satanic or the Assault Cuirass. I don't think there's any other item that you want to go for. Again, the BKB is quite pointless. Destruction actually coming out here. That is a very nice item to have on a team with a Slardar and a Snapfire. A very strong item for just keeping in range for those bashes. Very strong item for again, more damage from that minus armor. Faceless Void is going to get taken down. Meanwhile, when of course is going to catch a Rubik here. It's not really that big of a kill on the Rubik, but they are of course going to get the Underlord. Nearly tanky enough against the Sven. Now looks like that's it. Not gonna lie, that was a pretty one-sided game. It was, I mean, it was a fairly quiet game as well. All Symmetric did was hit creeps on their Sven, farm, and then the
need to do some pretty hefty work to get themselves back into this.
his creeps. So in theory, I think this is a pretty good counter to the Windrunner. And while you can argue it's easy to get a shot off as the Windrunner, it's actually not as easy as you think. Angles are constantly changing when you're moving at this super haste speed. Not to mention, even if you do land a shackle, if it's a wolf to an aggro unit, it's really not that big of a deal. The rest of the units still chase you down, so I do quite like this Lycan pick here. On the other hand, we're on the last pick. I believe that is mostly just for the insta creep kill. You do, in theory, have some combinations where you can set up for the arrow from the Symmetric, but this part, if you're able to land some of these reliable stuns,
perfect.
I feel like the arrow for the Mirana is mostly unnecessary. The main interaction here really is going to be insta-killing these summons. And we've seen different ways of dealing with the Master, the Chen or the Enchantress. You take control of it for yourself. Sometimes we see the Crystal Maiden. We've even seen the Witch Doctor in play get rid of and deal with those creeps. But this time we're seeing the Mirana.
Friends, let us skirmish.
I don't see why it could have been any of those other heroes that I mentioned. The Mirana just a fairly solid pick. Some teams really do for that Mirana, especially in the first place. Cignal Ultra, one of those teams who has played a lot at the start of the tournament. Going for the Mirana, we often do see the more supporty aura-y build-up items like the Guardian Greaves. Sometimes we see the Lads later. A few options there. I think because Symmetric don't really have that traditional aura carrier role, nothing like an Underlord perhaps, they're just going with the Mirana to round out their draft. Unless it is, of course, a core Mirana, which might actually be the case here. Huh. If that's the core Mirana, I think that's the first time I've seen that this whole tournament. I've only seen it being played as a support. If it's a core, I'm very interested to see what build you want to go for. Do you go for the older nuker style with the Agon Scepter? Perhaps get a Ghost Scepter or something along those lines. There's a lot of physical damage on the Cignal Ultra lineup. Or do you go for the straight up right click build, something like a Diffusal Blade? That would be very interesting.
Absolutely perfect. Unbelievable, we're seeing. What just happened?
Nothing crazy happening on the runes here. We're not even gonna bother with the arrow. I think we just want to save that 4 lane and kill those boars, because otherwise they are very, very good at contesting. By being able to secure one of those bounties here, so it's 3 for 1, even though by beat it was 1 versus 2. It's still not that big of a deal. I think it's more about how the lane goes, whether this bounty hunter is able to be annoying, constantly steal gold snipe couriers, or whether the Mirana just completely counteracts the boars here. Van is actually getting gone on, but kind of hard for Sky to try and contest while the boar is still alive. The boar gonna get denied here anyway. And Sky really just not having a good time in this lane. All those creeps, the bounty hunters do, can be a very annoying hero to lane with. They are gonna get the snipe. They're just about onto the boar. That tip coming out there, perhaps a little bit of micro battles, of course, in mind games too, as to which direction you aim the arrow in. Still, Aris is going to be very annoying. That is what bounty hunters do. Even if they don't kill you the whole game, they're just being annoying. You want to go for stack, annoying. You want to go for kills, annoying. You want to hit creeps, always annoying. Down bottom looks to be a support runner. Gonna be once again a core Snapfire, and I don't see any problem with that. the bat. Gets a couple of points into the Pharaoh Impulse. I think he'll be able to stay in lane. Snapfire, while you have a lot of damage, it's decent mana efficiency. But eventually you will run out of mana back here. Getting slowed, the Shredder really reducing his damage, but again, with a little bit of regen, once he gets to level 5 or so, he should just be mid lane. A matchup which really should come down to farming. It's extremely hard to get aggressive as Leshrac thanks to the Dissimilate on Void Spirit. I often don't see early points into the Dissimilate. This is one of those matchups where you do get it. It does allow you to push out extremely quickly as well, and just go and hit some creeps in the jungle. It's a similar story for the Leshrac. The time you do want to try and max out the lightning as well as the split earth. You often do see people completely fork lightning and instead use the split earth as a ability to push out. I mean, taking the path off lightning, just the long range sneaks coming in. And you've got the bottle from it. It can be very annoying. Lane, we're able to secure first blood, but I don't think it's really anything worth mentioning. Be more concerned about the Lycan struggling farm, but again, a couple of points Pharaoh Impulse, it should be fine. Top lane, constantly being annoying. Aristok, he's gonna pay his transgressions inside the cogs. Gonna get the proc onto those cogs as well. This guy with the level 2 lead, able to chase him down. And their Titan face coming out here, definitely well observed. I mean, honestly, screw Bounty Hunter players. I absolutely hate playing. I mean, who enjoys playing against this hero, honestly? Bottom lane, though, they are able to trade 1-for-1. Hard to say who that favors, but the fight isn't over yet. Canoe doesn't have any mana whatsoever. Wolves should be able to get the base down along with Prince. 2-for-1 trade, they're not bad at all. I hear who really does once you get ahead, those necro skills so incredible well if you're able to get them early in, or I suppose rather they don't scale that well into the late game is another way to put it. Get them early, just that fixed damage is amazing. Solan here, I mean 1 versus 1, amazing at trading. That really does not seem to care whatsoever. He just comes in for the token, as that is another death happening in this bottom lane. Top lane though, this time around Eris, he's full health, so able to be as annoying with that. The Beastmaster really does make trading quite effective, just extra attack speed on himself, the boar as well as the Bounty Hunter. But Beauty has healed up, and this perhaps is the opportunity they're looking for. The arrow, of course, will connect. It's really hard to miss in that situation. And while bottom lane, another death here onto Lycan, that is bad. That is very bad because he doesn't have the TP to get back to lane. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jamesy, he's got immunity pretty much to that physical damage, but he's gonna have to use the Dissimilate to get out there. Resonant Pulse does not help you over itself. We're seeing split landing here. Jamesy won't be in any trouble, but he will get the bottle refill. Always nice to have. 5-minute bounty rune actually stolen by Beauty with the absence of the Bounty Hunter there by Beauty, going to be able to deny himself through the tower. Mid lane, Jamesy will that bottle refill. He actually has the regen advantage. With that, he's able to take down C. I think we're perhaps getting out of control here. But the thing with Leshrac going for the skill build that he's going, he actually isn't really able to. Now we really have seen a lot of skill builds in Leshrac. Some people stop once they've maxed out one ability, only go for 2 points in Split Earth. That's a usable radius. Level 1 Split Earth, the radius is a bit hard to use, but level 2, level 3, often that's all people go for, and then they try to max out the Diabolic Edict from there. It does look like Combat has rotated into the jungle. He's had enough of that lane. I don't think it was supposed to be that bad of a lane for them. Sure, it's two ranged heroes. The biggest problem was that they were never really going together. It was either Grimm's going in, it was either a Bat going in. They didn't really try and fight together, and when they do actually execute that, we've seen they are able to take fights off Symmetric, but if they're dying one at a time, that's obviously not going to be the case. Still, it's not bad to have the Lycan farming again. He's one of the better heroes, just with the summons, and similarly the Grimstroke really does benefit from levels. You can also secure last hits from a very long way away, and very similar to the Winter Wyvern from last game, actually. I think it's fine to have a Grimstroke in that lane soaking EXP. If there was one lane I'm really worried about, it would be this top lane. Been a lot of kills traded back and forth, and so far things are still quite even, but I'm kind of scared that this Mirana might start running out of control. Even as a right-click Mirana, you do benefit a lot from just having that arrow, and so you're actually not maxing it out. When you get your Storm, when you start leveling that up, those levels really do mean a lot. The Mirana, you're fairly efficient at farming jungle too, with that Starstorm. Again, it's not being leveled up right now, but definitely a runaway hero. The same can be said of our Beastmaster, however. It's pretty much identical to the Lycan in that regard. It's just your summon units do extremely well early game. Your Necrobucks do extremely well early game. This guy gonna fight Beauty coming in, gonna have his items delivered to him. Is there? Arrow actually gonna land here on to the Beastmaster. Sky jumps in. Can he actually get the finish? His support not doing anything on that regard, instead going for Eris. Delta Piranha was enough. Hasted Void Spirit coming in though. Astral Step is a very good ability for closing things out with the extra movement speed from that haste. It's a very easy kill there onto the Mirana. Not much I can say in that regard, and Bite Beauty should be going down here as well. Gamesy got the best rune possible for that situation, and he ended up cleaning out, so Cignal Ultra don't have to worry about that Mirana too much as I was perhaps suggesting. It will land here onto Eris. C is going in, and he will be able to get that kill. Will be able to escape, however. Let's not even gonna try with the chase. Even if he's summoned this, will be just gonna go down quite quickly. To see anyway. And perhaps it is gonna be the lead track running out of control. Is gonna be going for that diabolic kick now. I won't be surprised if he actually maxes that out before he maxes out any other spell. I mean, bottom lane, Symmetric were able to take that one tower. Ultra just didn't really seem to want to defend. They really just want to farm, get these early talking about on the Lycan, on the map, just close the game nice, and from there, constant fights, constant pushes, making use of that trackle. Symmetric, they're obviously in a pretty good position themselves. Their Snapfire pretty much all you could ask for in the lanes. You get your levels, you got farm. What? Is he getting feisty here? Does have backup, of course, from Grimm's. It's a bit close, but also very calculated. I didn't expect that they could do this if there was no backup. And because the last track TP'd in first, it means that any TP support would have been delayed. So a very calculated move there from Cignal Ultra. I do like this. Big adjustment from their previous game. They're not just farming. They are farming. They're also doing other things. Guy here, he does have to be quite careful. There's no roar just yet, but our Beastmaster just hit level 6. And with the cripple, the walls, it's not the biggest of deals, but if it allows Van to get in range for a roar. I mean, Sky is actually using his arrows to farm creeps, which is fine in most situations, but can be scary. This is the push that we were talking about. TP coming in mid. Just going to be for a refill, it seems. Well, no. For the bottle, aggressive once again on Windrunner. If you're less track base, it's no surprise that your level 5 Windrunner dies as well. Top tower going down, necro units being put to work here. Meanwhile, bot lane, they're trying to get level 6 onto their bounty hunter, get extra money going. Try and take the decisive from there. Once a kills into this mid lane, we've seen the deadly duo 3 times now, and Symmetric have yet to adjust. That's not fair, is it? Now you have the Beastmaster joining up. I think if you lose any more kills into this lane, the tower is going to go down, but the Beastmaster is around. Gonna be the meteor hammer build here from Kane. That during draft, it is indeed going to be. And here come the boars. This push, they don't commit the necro units, but pressure nonetheless. You have all the vision coming out from the hole, and just the vision coming out from the bounty hunter as well. Meanwhile, Symmetric going for exactly the same thing they did last time, just farming. You've got a Snapfire hitting Ancients, which is not the most efficient thing in the game, but that just does show their mentality. They're farming all 3 lanes. Another kill there onto the Windrunner. This time they're gonna get a double kill. Flash shot coming in as well. Of course, it's not a small kill whatsoever solo, and it's extremely hard to actually land Mortimer's kills if that's the only thing the enemy has to think about. We see a hook shot here, it's out on to the bounty hunter, but then what? But then what? You've already heroes for that trying to come now and beating over a track kill as well. Symmetric. They just don't seem to be able to adjust to the fact that Cignal Ultra have adjusted. They're doing exactly the same thing, only going for a couple of pickoff kills here and there. While mostly it is just about minute. And really kill the kill here, Symmetric falling apart. Every single kill you see, it really is amplify that track. And every single kill you do is going to be punished. Roshan is very much a possibility. Towers are pushed extremely quickly. We've got a Yule Scepter here on our Void Spirit. It's going to be very hard to act now. Lots of the game, and sometimes the sim late isn't fast enough or isn't available. Sky actually going to be sniping down Hulk there. So it's going to run into a straight after Hulk got gonna miss. You have to be really careful with the track. Not want they're actually going to commit here. DameZ going in. Does have that there if he needs it. Is going to be able to duck on out of there. Chapman should have is going to land up into now the Meteor Hammer combination. Symmetric, all 5 members together. This time they are going to be back. DameZ, though he's not going to let this go so easily, is able to trade back onto one. Meanwhile, the like looks like he was just clearing out the jungle, not actually going for a push. He's going to try and clean up this fight now. It's triple kill here for Slun. Be cut down to size. Now that going for more. It should be a fairly straightforward kill on the Windrunner. No Windrun available. Anyway, thanks to all being burned necro creeps. It started off pretty well for Symmetric, but they do end up losing out in the end. And although getting the couple of kills is nice, it is still space for the Lycan. I think that's sort of the biggest factors. The Lycan, as a core, is going to come online much earlier than the Mirana. I feel that the Mirana scales better into the late game. But as of now, the Mirana just is not that strong and really does need a lot more farm. Your damage output is great, but you just have no way of defending yourself. Again, we're seeing this combination plus Void Spirit. It is so effective here. Actually missing on that Aether Remnant does complicate things a bit. Fighting Beauty should be able to survive. He will end up dying though. actually into that 8th remnant. Doing well for 2 though, it is still pretty good, especially if that 1 kill is the Void Spirit. The heroes sort of running out of control here. They're trying to go for more, but won't find anything. Now, can they actually go for a push here onto this tier 1 tower? They don't have their Leshrac with them just yet, so it's really not that fast of a push. Shadow cut into the arrow. Meteor Hammer gonna get cancelled, however, and they still haven't killed the Grimstroke. TPs are coming in around extremely low HP. I was saying very squishy, no real defensive capability. Now with the roll here onto the Windrunner, it should be a good cleanup. Now the track onto Solon, they want these kills. Track kills are so darn much gold, and every single kill means that much more vulnerability for their towers. I have to say, I'm quite surprised that Cignal Ultra haven't pushed the issue yet. Even though our Lycan has had a lot of spare time to himself, he spent much of it actually going for jungle creeps instead of going for objectives, which I personally think is a mistake. Shadow, of course, is always going to be nice. The fact that it's scanned out here is a bad coincidence for Symmetric, seeing as Cignal Ultra weren't actually doing it. Instead, of course, Cignal Ultra looking to keep on using this combination. This time they have a DD, should make things just that much easier. We're not able to burst down by pretty last time around thanks to missing the 8th round, but this time with a DD, easy kill. The Void Spirit here going to be going for the Desolator. You see once again a lot of variation in the build coming out for Void Spirits. How many times are we going to see this? It's just happening over and over again to great effect. This time though, the arrow landing at max range in combination with that clockwork hookshot, they are able to even things out. They still have to be quite careful though. Again, these kills, every single kill traded 1 for 1 is still not good for a Symmetric, thanks to this track. And they've got roar just back up here. Gotta be really careful of that double roar combination that could come out. And this time, is on the temper. We'll have an AC very soon as well. Forward glyph here. Forward being placed by Canoe is gonna spot. We're being played by Grim is going to spot out Canoe, and this should be a straightforward set. They want to use with a Waltz, which way they will. And really, no way to escape the combination from Cignal Ultra is amazing, and of course, losing 1 kill, you're going to lose more. You've got a great hero to chase people down with the bike, and you've got. Well, I mean. See, is he actually going to get out? Okay, he's actually going to survive. I mean, that sort of breaks my line of thought there. Thought they would all just die down. Instead, Symmetric doing a pretty good job of fighting back. They are going to lose that tower, I think. In the meantime, by BB surviving for now. James, he actually missed him. He is going to get the kill in the end. The tower still hasn't fallen though. Now the shuffle shot here onto the Void Spirit. No defensive kills to keep him alive, and he is going to go down there. This is a very messy fight in the end, and Symmetric somehow able to even things up there just about. I really thought he would go for the finish there onto the tower, but he does not bother. Just once again goes hits some creeps. Mortimer's Kiss being used to train to take down Grimstroke. Not quite worth it in my opinion. They're able to get the kill regardless, but they still aren't able to trade these objectives. And although these fights are going even, it does favor the team with the track. At least that's the theory. The other theory is that the Mirage than any other hero in the game, so if you're Symmetric, you don't really have to be ahead, just the games go on longer. Roar coming out here onto the snap part, that's enough. And he was able to get a very nice connection with that. Your hammer now C coming in to deal the damage. Hookshot once again catching Jamesy. Here comes our Lycan, however, that roll of damage coming out with the DD with that AC is a lot. He does have a pretty nice item with that clumsy net as well, even if your main hero is Ruby, you can actually get onto him with the creeps. That wolf form, it is going to expire in just a second. Now, a Sky Leap Hitter does not have much mana. He's going to be really careful about how he approaches this. Shadow Shot will slow down the Bounty Hunter as well as Inktoll, but Sky, he is revealed thanks to that track. Really do have to be so careful here as the Mirana before you have any defensive items. Again, another very scrappy fight, but even fights go in the way of Symmetric. As you can see in that ult difference. Still, Cignal Ultra really have not been able to put down many towers. I don't think they've killed a single tower in the past 10 minutes, which is quite surprising given that their lineup is pretty much designed to do that. Back here, he's gonna get jump in with the cookie. Right damage coming up from the Snapfire as well. It's an easy set of spells to land. And I don't know, Cignal Ultra, it's sort of turning into a repeat of that last game where perhaps they do have some good abilities for fighting, but they're just not using them, and as a result, they're falling behind. Double silence coming up here, double track, not nearly as significant as a potential double roar. They are able to take down the Beastmaster himself. His summons are still doing a lot of work. We'll see if Armor survives later on. Meanwhile, Symmetric coming in with their Leshrac. He walks mighty fast. Gamesy trying to go for a bit of a cheeky pickup. I don't know, find that. Missing on the timing though from the Yule Scepter. Grims, if he survives as a result, is he really going to be kicking himself? That will not be the case. It's actually 4 heroes going down there for Cignal Ultra. And Armor did end up surviving those Necro Creeps, so quite clearly a win for Symmetric. I just can't help feel that Cignal Ultra giving a little too much space here. Once again, going for that Shackle Shot combination does kill the creeps, which means an easy connect will be arrow from a Mirana. And Cignal Ultra, while they were ahead earlier, they didn't really press their advantage. Symmetric definitely felt like they were blocked for a second, but I don't know. Again, I don't think it's a draft problem. I don't think it's a item problem. I think it's just the way they're playing their items. Well, they are able to get a pretty nice pick off here. This is more of what I hope to see from Cignal Ultra. A bat finally going to get onto the tower. Should be able to kill this. I think you keep your creeps there while you the main hero. We are going to get the double roar coming out once again. Double roar means double pushback. Able to take down one. Now the Windrunner silence as well. Cannot use that Windrun to get on out. CP cancelled. Symmetric realized that this tower is a lost cause. Now actually they used the glyph for that. Could potentially mean even more towers falling here for Symmetric. Really do hope that Cignal Ultra actually go for it. Taking down a tier 3 tower is so damn powerful 22 minutes into the game, even if you aren't able to. And actually, Symmetric, they used the character on the Windrunner. Would speed enough? I don't think so. Look at how fast this pushes. Shackle Shot landing. It's certainly nice, however, that they are going to lose their melee racks all the same. The bat not going to stick down just yet. He's eventually going to die while Jamesy, the full death, goes for the assassinate. The natural step charge does have to be very careful as to how he goes in. Sky can punish with all balls actually going in before Eris, but the Aether Remnant, it is good. They're going to be keeping Bounty Hunter alive, which means more and more tracks. Cignal Ultra, they have lost a couple of heroes, but they're definitely not looking to lose more. And if they are trading them for track kills, I think it's okay. You do have to remember they did win out huge by taking down that Rax. There's only 2 heroes left, it's just 2 supports, so I don't think they will be able to get any more kills. Again, Cignal Ultra, you can be very happy with what just transpired. There was a buyback actually onto the wall, which then turned into a... I think Cignal Ultra, if you weren't able to get this, you might be a bit worried about the pace of the game, but for the first time, Cignal Ultra able to take down a big set of objectives. obviously you always have this top lane to worry about. It's the melee Rex gone, which is much worse than the range Rex. Melee Rex being gone will mean that eventually the range Rex is taken out. TP interrupted, but he will be fine. Ultimate being used here by our Larkin. Shapeshift is a very strong ability for hunting down heroes who cannot escape, such as the Sapphire. No defensive abilities on that. Now, the Mirana does have a couple of lead charges, but decided to turn around and try and save the Sapphire. A very painful blunder in this case for our Mirana. Very, very painful indeed. Definitely could have gotten out of there. Be going for that butterfly. I actually really like this item choice. I mentioned it during the draft. Lycan does not do well against invasion unless it is purgeable. Hook shot in. They have a nice setup with the left track, but the left track himself quite squishy. They are going to be able to take down the Void Spirit before that, but now the double roar coming out on left track as well. Symmetric gonna get cleaned out here by back coming through on our left track. He's gonna come here. Let's see what he can do. Killing a Rex is not enough. Not gonna be able to slow down this push. It's not gonna be able to make that buyback worth it. They do have Snapfire respawning. Can they actually get the setup here that they need? So I'm trying to slow things down with his murderous kisses, but not a single one of them will land. He does get in range though for this setup. He's just pulled back. He has to be very, very careful. Grims will survive thanks to the pipe coming out here from Benz. And now back for Stolen, who only has to respawn, going for an even bigger prize here on to the left track. As I was saying, you have to be really careful, see. You have to be very careful, and he ends up getting punished for it yet again. And I think this actually might be the beginning of the end. Any other lineup, I would say you're fine. But this is a Lycan Beastmaster lineup. These racks are going to melt. I think you don't even bother going for the Megas, seeing if there's a tier 2 tower deck bottom. I think you just go for the racks. Of course, if you lose a couple of heroes here, that would be terrible, but our Larkin here surviving for a moment. He will end up pulling Jamesy, trying to go for finish, but a great shackle shot landed onto 2. They are able to get the stun, however, coming out in combination with that assault, and then that is going to be it. It took a while, but Symmetric, they got their game together. Sorry, no, Ultra got their game together, and Symmetric, it really did not seem like they had anything to slow down the Ultra push. And just like that, we are tied up 1-1 in the best of 5, effectively making this a best of 3. Both these games really did seem quite dominating from the teams who I wouldn't be worried about the Morphling snowballing out of control, but I think Cignal Ultra have a decent lineup of dealing with that Morphling. Morphling, you can't really go too ham with your builds. I think you are going to have to get a Manta style at some point. I think you are going to have to get some defensive items. So you can't really go all too crazy. Can't go for that super early shotgun, perhaps a casual Yasha. I think at some point, you're just going to need a Manta and a BKB, which does limit the effectiveness of the hero. Strangely enough, I think this is actually a pretty good game for no BKB on the Troll Warlord.
Oh, let's do this!
It's not often I say that, but given that there's so many BKB piercing abilities, you've got the hookshot from the Clockwork, you've got the Doom, you've got the Bash coming out from the Slar. I think the BKB is not that useful. I would much rather see him stack status resistance. So as far as build goes, maybe something like the Battle Fury into a Sudden Yasha into a Satanic. There is the other option. You go for a very fighting-oriented build that usually involves a Diffusal Blade or an early Sanjin Yasha. I don't think that's terrible either. There's really not much of a mana pool on the side of Symmetric. None of their heroes have a good mana pool there.
This is it. The battle begins.
Van here just being the tanky hero. Not much they can do to him early on. Should have a decent time in lane as more thing. You don't want to fight level 1 since it often means you have to turn your strength to actually that can take a while. You're actually quite vulnerable level 1. So I think Eris here on the Bounty Hunter could potentially be very annoying to this Morphling. It's going to be once again this mid Snapfire. Personally, I think Ember Spirit into Snapfire is better than Void Spirit into Snapfire, but should be pretty similar. Both the heroes going to get farm. I think it's going to be very hard for the Ember Spirit to get aggressive, but I think the Dream perhaps foresee get lucky with some of these trades, land the cheeky stun. Bottom lane, we'll see how much our Morphling can get out of this. It's definitely an easy lane, but it is two melee heroes. In theory, a ranged core should be able to do fine. That is, in theory. It is going to be that support Doom once again, the Devourer Doom. Really do become a walking ultimate. You're often not tanky enough to reset your teammates. You will just die. Dying is okay after you get all of your big skulls. He's able to find any night creep for himself. Ideally, you want regen, but otherwise, the wolf creep is not bad. Dealing a lot of damage here to Stolen, the absence of our Doom. So he should be ready to take some heat. As I've entered regen coming out to himself. But see, getting aggressive here, that is clearly a mistake. I think if he wants to go for the stun, you use it on one of the creeps. It's safer for yourself as well. And you just have that extra range, just the positioning was a bit off. Kind of surprising considering that he has played this hero mid before, but mistake. Eris being as annoying as possible. Sky forced to Morphling in. Strength level 1 is very, very slow. And that's exactly what you want in this lane, even if you're not getting kills. Forcing the Morphling to go to strength just means that much worse at last hit. Still, ranged is ranged here. We are seeing stun into this mid lane once again. Jamesy unable to dodge that. Is very close, but first blood actually went to our top lane where they're able to take down the Grimstroke. As Grimstroke, I think you're fine with dying as long as it's not too many buffs in your troll. Warlord is still ahead of creep, so let's hope that that doesn't make any here. Actually, has 2 last hits. Is it going to be free? Oh no, I thought this is 3 last hits under the tower. That is not good. Ult is going to be successful here, but actually not that successful. I'm not able to interfere with that. Even get the creeps here. I mean, Grimstroke is going to be keeping up here finally. This could be one of those situations where perhaps as the Grimstroke you're more interested in stacking in this lane. You might just be a vulnerability. Where on the other hand, I think it's quite hard to take down with right-based heroes such as the Slardar. You can actually miss on the Infernal Blade of the Dune as well, so having that blind coming out from Whirling Axes can be quite annoying. Bottom lane, despite being under a lot of pressure, Sky is still able to last hit well enough, so frankly, all around the board it's quite even, except we have a big discrepancy in this mid lane. It's 22 for 10 against 14-0. And the last hits is one thing, but we're talking about a lot of denies as well. New just trying to be as annoying as he can. He knows that shutting down the Ember is going to be very core to their game plan. He's going to be the one constantly fighting here. Not to mention, he's more than likely going to be the one picking up the Shadow, so slowing down everything for Jamesy really is quite integral to the rest of their game. So able to pick up Haven here. Astrian on Snapfire, surprisingly good. Able to chase down, get in range of that extra damage. Scatterblast, able to set himself up as Cookie Carrier. While in the absence of the Doom, finally our Grimstroke was able to do support things, get a couple of stacks here, denying away the XP, but of course, Canoe not going to be too far behind. Looking out for the haste rune being activated, that's we might see some action. Really does not have to be onto Jamesy here, actually getting caught out of the tower. Will pop the haste rune, will with the bottle. That turns around for the punt there. There's not people interfering with his stacks, and it really doesn't seem like they'll be able to contest the rune or already. So about 2 points into that stun and getting distance when you consider the slow afterwards as well. Be fine, able to secure 2. Probably would have rather given it over to wait, did he give it over? That's not where I got it right. That's not bad. Sky, you're still quite comfortable. It's usually at level 5 when you get free points into the more that you start feeling more comfortable in lane. And now still a bit vulnerable. By Beauty, I think he wants to get something going, but I don't know how successful it's going to be. We'll get some damage here onto Van, still holding into 2 bottle charges, so surprisingly tanky. He can get them, still facing down Van. Damage reduction is quite good on the Morphling since it's all base damage. He will be able to survive as a result. However, not that fortunate. Around onto that as well. Definitely stronger while the net is in effect, but once it runs out, I don't know how effective it's going to be. It's very low getting kited around here going for a Canoe. Practically no armor on that hero, so he will get taken down. So flat though. The chase forward Guardian is a pretty good ability for doing that. Without that blind, our troll definitely vulnerable. So that's 2 kills for 1 there, so that benefits the most from that exchange. With some creeps being wasted onto the tower, that's not great either. This top lane, although we're going to clear them first. Cignal Ultra taking a bit of a loss there now. Infernal Blade onto Jane. Can he land a couple of kisses? Yes, we can. War being gonna be taking a lot of different as well. He get aggressive here. He doesn't actually have any back. In fact, there's backup from the other side of that. Going onto the ultimate, really does not want to use it. This time we will see the cookie being used on. He should just die here. Does time his ultimate out perfectly. Then I think he's going to drop in just a second as we're down on that scatter blast. Even if you are unable to get the right out, you know, the right fix there. Gonna walks to his second death in a row. See, kind of missing the there at ledge. Might be able to get anyway. That's crit, and that is certainly a dead stroke. Cignal really were going quite well for them. Caught a bad decision and tumbling down. At least Van is doing okay. Is safe and he's still neck and neck. The Morphling. It will end up getting picked off by Eris. There really was just a matter of time. That is a significant kill. It is a level 6 team. Actually hit level 6 before Jamesy, the mid laner, did. Jamesy once again in some trouble. That will be there. The cogs for the finish. And as I was saying, this is an Ember Spirit. He needs to get active, needs to get fighting. Dying time and again is not happy to do that. Got the Tidehunter, he's got the Ravage. You want to be setting up for some kills. Of course, the kills, the track really do need that much more. Kenyu is coming in, though, with that Doom, one of the few ways of dealing with that Kraken Shell. This should be a fairly straightforward kill. That being said, Doom is down through Cignal Ultra. You really want to get something done in this period of time. That gonna be going for the farming build here. Sorry, the fighting build, not the farming build. Gonna be going for that Diffusal Blade. I think that is a does mean that you can join the team that much earlier. Does mean just by nature that the working will outscale. And that's certainly scary. Morphling, though, I mentioned this before, it has to go to the Mantis style. There's just a lot of can be dispelled by Mantis. So gonna get sucked and stuff. Takes down that level 1 Phantom Embrace pretty quickly, though, so he will be fine. Playing Jamesy does not too deep. This is a grossly over-leveled Snapfire. Mentioned in the previous game, Snapfire doesn't really need items, it just does need those to get both those spells maxed out, so we'll see if that get a couple of fruits. Inkswell, pretty good ability for keeping in range for Patrol, and are able to get one down here. Now, see, he has joined up, as we were saying, maxed out both the Cookie as well as the Scatterblast. Very strong. He does know Everett is in the area, but can't really punish him since he has good attack. Controller keeping down bottom, going by Beauty here would be a nice kill on the Clockwork since he is level 6. He doesn't even have to use Ravage for that. Jamesy, that new actually using a Remnant to get on forward means he's out of Remnants right now. Does have to be careful about how he uses his spells going on forward. As I was saying, does have to be careful. Using that Remnant aggressively certainly was a ballsy move, not just because the Remnant but activated it, which does cost a lot of mana. Eris finally heading level 6, maybe they're even full Obet for them as a result. Trying to force this tower. Of course, not just about the tower, you also do to get killed. You can bait people into train defender for the Sapphire Hammer. Should be an easy well, do they have the damage to take down the duration of this? However, it's gonna be pretty close. Another Remnant forward. Jamesy able to secure that one. Very big kill. We shared among 3D heroes. Actually, I think 2 level ups that we saw there actually. And as I was saying, down bottom lane, you don't just want to tower, you want kills on whoever's trying to defend. So far, Cignal, it's been a messy lane, but they will be secure their mid game, it seems. Can they keep this up, however? Can they get these track kills? Can they use the mobility of the Ember Spirit, the team fighting of the Tidehunter to really get a solid advantage before the scale stops? And you're gonna get put out onto the high ground again. It's well easy setup for it, and that's gonna be another kill. Cignal Ultra set this whole series as long as they're able to stay true to their draft, play to the strengths of their heroes. I think they do have pretty good lineups. Can chase on again. That is going to be Doom. I think you use the Ravage. They have it. Unfortunately, Van did not have the mana. A very good Ravage there. He's able to save his core while wasting 2 very long cooldowns. Instead, 2 very long cooldowns from Symmetric. He's successful in getting 2 kills. Here actually very vulnerable. Does not have his ultimate since he used that aggressively. Survive for now though. That would have been a huge kill. A bit of a whiff on that hook. That diffusal blade on the Troll Warrior are actually an extremely strong hero just from the mana burn. Even if you don't deal much damage, the hero really doesn't have too high base damage. And once you get all the mana, you really don't deal that much damage, but it's still a very solid item and effectively hard disabling one of the heroes. If you're out of mana, you might as well be silenced. Imagine that a hero can silence you for an extremely long duration. We'd be seeing that right here. So what? No mana. He does have a soul ring, sure, but the attack speed is just so damn fast. Never gonna have the mana to do anything. These stats being contested is a massive deal. I'm actually not too sure who benefited from these stacks. Back here, he will have Ravage this time. I think he's going to use it in the go. They will get down as soon as possible, but they're still unable to do so cheaply. And we'll get that kill. Double track coming out. It's going to be a very close fight here, though. Coming in, he's extremely full into the edge, but he won't get punished for it. That damage will be there. 3 for 2 all across the map, but 2 for 2 in this localized fight. But will come in cleaning up. Is going to be a very good win considering the fact that they have track really ran the big picture here, I guess. Sky. Very tanky, off the HP, but he was very vulnerable to his mana being burnt. He will survive. Not miss that look at. So far, that really is running away with it. Constantly hitting creeps, constantly getting kills top, but now we're as a result. Being picked up by him as well. Don't think go broom handle over. No, he does actually have the broom handle over a GG branch, GG tree. Even if the GG is better, you are still the best hero in yourself handle. Aerith here, he does have a fourth up, which is pretty darn handy. No poke out on the clockwork that was where earlier, so Aerith he will survive. They're trying to chase down Little Mortimer's kisses, which might actually be worth it if they're able to close the distance, but are they able to do so? No. That is a very long cooldown being expended. You have the Ravage up in another 50 seconds. And around a 40-50 second duration where you have he doesn't have the Mortimer's kisses, and that's a huge amount of damage for them at this moment in time. Cignal Ultra, I think, looking at prep the issue, whereas Symmetric really, they don't seem to be aware of this at all. They're going to be going for the kill. They have the chain, so you see that back perfectly timed there, but is it enough to take down Jimsy? He's got the Rabbits, activates it a little bit too early, and he will actually fall there. I thought this was Cignal Ultra's time to make a move. Instead, they're the ones who fall there. Jamesy wasn't ready at all to get gone on. Also, he does end up going for the Maelstrom as his item of choice, I think. Well, I've already voiced my opinion. I think it would be a very good key for an early Spirit Vessel. As it stands, no one's actually going for the Bounty Hunter, as we still go for a 4-stop first. I think makes a lot of sense because you don't have any offensive abilities. I mean, generally the Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit has fallen out of favor. There's a period of time when everyone would go for Maelstrom first. Really, these days, it's not that popular. Roshan being sneaked in here made possible by our Slardar here. Sneaking Roshan in that perhaps Cignal Ultra could have taken themselves is a very big win. Doom does come out, it's onto the Ember Spirit. Now, surely there's no way mid-Ember Spirit dies to a support Doom. That would be very worrying if that were indeed the case. But as it stands, I am definitely somewhat worried about our Ember Spirit and how he's going to scale in this game. I suppose Maelstrom is the better farming option, but I would much rather see him go for an aggressive fighting build. no magnets here to buff up the Troll Warlord, but it still should be a decent time event there to help out. They do get some fairly nice neutral items coming in at well. Personally, I would much rather see the Spirit Vessel into something like the Desolator. There's a lot of heroes that make use of that Desolator. The Tide Hunter with the Gush adding to that minus damage really will add up to that throw damage here by going for the Sanjin Yash. We'll see he goes for the BKB after this, or straight into something like the Pressure, straight into something like the Satanic. Sky with the Aegis, he's got the Manta style as well. Wants to make use of this. We do have the detection finally for a nice high ground back. Not so fortunate, however, but he will be able to survive long enough to get a wrap job. And now with the bat joining up, Troll Warlord, he deals massive single target damage. I think it is time for him to get the hell out of there. Even though the Morphling is supposed to be tanky, if you get your mana burnt, it does not mean anything. Symmetric trying to get something done with their Aegis. I find that at all, but they just didn't seem to be coordinated enough. They're gonna try and defend here. Mortar's Kisses once again. Namesy goes very aggressively. Tiger actually ties there surprisingly enough to eat a lot of those kisses. Now Namesy, is he in trouble? Oh, damage will take him down. Dies to the starter there. A bat this whole time fighting strong, holding on to his ultimate, finally going to be using a Contemplate Beauty here. He should be able to get in range for the finish. Actually, the ultimate is still running. Now, but 2 versus 3, can you do them? So one there, hitting the stuns perfectly, can do in with the Blink Dagger as well. It took them a while, but Symmetric eventually able to clean things up. And will hold on to the Aegis off the Morphling there. I think Cignal Ultra with the Ravage, they were ahead, but fighting against the Aegis always was just a bit risky, and Morphling, I think, just a little bit strong there with just the Manta style. The debuffs can be the spell, the blind, the track, the silence, from the Grim Stroke, the root. Even just the Gush being removed, I think, is significant, so Morphling saved a bit of a power spike there, combined with the Aegis, just a little too much for them to handle. It's a 6k lead, but again, I'm not that worried for the Cignal Ultra lineup as long as they're able to keep scaling. That's the Manta style that we're talking about coming in handy. We'll see if it's enough. Still, they are starting to come out now. His mana is going to be burned. He does have the Aegis, the throw from the Axe. Big Stomp coming out there from Canoe as well. Ultra, I think it is time to escape. That is, if they are allowed to. 2 ultimates used onto the Troll Warlord, but they are able to take him out. They can grab a couple more here. But he doesn't have the Ravage. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to use it. And they are going to get Cignal Ultra. Their lineup, I think, was supposed to do very strong in early team fights. But now that Symmetric, they've got their first set of items, it's just a little too much for them to handle. The Blink Dagger and the Doom really doesn't allow them to follow up. The initiation, as we're seeing here coming out from the Aghanim Panther on the Snapfire, is doing so much work as well. All of them had their time, they weren't quite able to make use of it. 10k in favor of Symmetric. They're going to take the melee rack and they're going to try and get your games comes in. They do have the Ravage. They're going to use it just like that. It really only does land off the one, but even Roland would be a big kill. Mortimer's Kiss is bringing it from long range, making it that much more difficult. They're trapped inside the cogs. They are able to take on Solon, but at a great cost. Know that he does have his ultimate, but it doesn't really matter if he can't get on his targets. He will get a first hit root, but guess what? That Manta Saddle is a great ability. Unable to heal up. His ultimate, Cignal Ultra lose their core. They've had enough. That's going to be GG. Once again, it is a similar narrative. I think Cignal Ultra, they had a very clear draft. I think they could have gone, or rather they had to go for these early kills. The bounty hunter, a hero who does not do well without
Only Intel can bring.
single game is the fact that it kind of blocks the Phoenix. It's a really good hard counter. That being said, we have seen this exact matchup, the Templar Assassin versus the Phoenix. And if I'm not mistaken, it was actually Jamesy playing the Templar Assassin. I could be wrong here, but we have seen this match before between Cignal Ultra and I believe either Symmetric or Escape Velocity. And it was actually a first pick Phoenix that ended up being in the mid roll against the Templar Assassin, which was 4th or 5th picked, and the Phoenix ended up winning the lane and I believe winning the game. So this is an interesting reversal here. It's a Phoenix being last picked to deal with a TA. Now this really does not give them what I was saying they were looking for. It doesn't give them reliable stun at all. It does mean that if everything comes together, Cignal Ultra have an amazing teamfight composition, but they actually need to hit their spells in order for that to happen. We'll see how well our mid Phoenix does do. This is definitely going to be one of the more interesting mid matchups we see, and the other lanes are going to be quite interesting as well. Symmetric. Does look like there's going to be that safe position 1 Nature's Prophet. Means that the Axe does have the matchup he wants against the anti-mage. I don't know if Cignal Ultra expect. I don't know if Cignal Ultra expect the other way. This is certainly the default lane setup.
30 seconds to battle. Is this on?
Can you hear? On the Clockwork does have those boots. We'll see how effective he can be. It's an entirely different matchup actually against Timbersoul, a hero who can really take some punishment and tank through, but at the same time, level 1, you can be somewhat vulnerable. We're going to be able to secure the room of 3 heroes here. They do see the Furion, but they're not swapping lanes. They're going to stick with the anti-mage in the safe lane here. I mean, I know exactly how I feel about this. All I can say is I'm ready to be proven wrong. This mid lane, on one hand, the Phoenix with the attack speed slow can be very effective against the Templar Assassin, but at the same time, if you do miss those abilities, you can be very vulnerable to those side blades just to right-click themselves. You are a very low armor hero, so this matchup is very volatile. Now, in the safe lane, about having a difficult time as expected, having the creeps on how we should be able to last hit. It really is just a matter of whether the regen is enough for him, whether he can get that ring of health up briefly, and whether he gets punished under his own power. So far, though, just going for the pull. It really is around level 3 when the X does come online, and from there, you're just such a huge mess in lane. Canoe here, doing his best to interfere with the pull, but it's quite hard 1 versus 2. The Nature's Prophet normally is a very strong laning hero, but those summons aren't too effective against the reactive armor, so I don't think we'll be seeing too much of that. Now it could be possible that Symmetric are looking for lane swap after a couple of levels here. Canoe, we're seeing the power of the Whirling Death against Strength here. Meanwhile, Z has actually retreated into the jungle very early on. I think he realizes that he actually does not want to lane against the Phoenix. He just wants to hit creeps, push out with those side blades, and go hit some more. We're going to see first blood in the bottom lane. Solon, though, does end up getting taken down in return, and that's a lot of EXP going the way of the anti-mage, even though the kill went the way of our Disruptor. And every little does help this lane. It can snowball out of control if the anti-mage is able to get his ring of health before the axe hits a good level. And this actually could become a lane which is favored for the anti-mage, which is quite rare to see. Mid lane C once again. Not looking to get aggressive onto this Phoenix. He knows that there is the dive. Instead, he's just going to try and be... can. That's how well he hit base. And just goes into the jungle. We do have a sneaky next assassin sitting behind here. The ward not quite spotting him out, but is blocked by the tree vision. Actually missing step timing here. That's a bit unfortunate for him. And that means he will get spotted out by Eris, who of course knows what is up. So should be fine 1 versus 2, I think, in most situations. To get 2 points from that reactive armor, there really is no way you go down to the attack often to make sure it's profit. And the CC from the clockwork isn't quite enough to lock you down. I mean, there's literally no pass point on the whirling death anyway, so there's enough to interrupt there. And meanwhile, bottom lane, a bat has not been punished really in this lane, going to be going for the Mask of Madness first. We have seen this before from struggling anti-mages, but honestly, it's not a terrible item. By Beauty can get glimpsed back here. Easy setup for that stun. Does have a cookie to try and get him out of there, which will actually be successful. Frenzy's going to chase on forward. This should be a kill there. Cost him a lot of HP, as well as all mana even after using the stick charge. We'll see if it costs him his life. Nolan will not get the spin. He doesn't need them to actually get the kill here. Personally, I don't think that was worth it, because Solan gets a lot of EXP. As I was saying, really, he is a hero who can snowball from levels. Meanwhile, Bat going for the Mask of Madness is actually the better item for regen if you're constantly hitting, such as a scenario are under a tower. As I was saying, I'm not convinced you can cleave off the anti-mage's break, but you can definitely lifesteal off it. Does mean you can head into the jungle quite early on as well. Solan taking a lot of damage, has a south heal himself back up. Of course, he will heal himself up for this rune. However, 3 versus 2, kind of hard for Symmetric to contest. Instead, they're going to settle for the runes out top. Canoe really has not achieved much at all in this lane. I really would like to see him go for stacks, go for ganks perhaps, but I really don't think he can touch the 10%. You can burn all of his mana, but then the man has a soul ring. Still holding onto a mana, though the harass just is not mounting anything here. TA, I think, is much more productive. TA probably the single best hero when it comes to taking large stacks, including ancient stacks, which is fairly unique. Bottom other death here on the Grims, but you are very happy to see that happen as long as your aim is doing fine, and he is doing fine. He's actually second in last hits here. Finally is making that rotation. Not going to be successful. You might actually get punished for it, especially since Eris was able to pick up that regen rune. He has plenty of mana going forward. Doesn't even need to use his spells, however. Still, I think it's better than sitting in this top lane. C really has realized that this lane is not going to be any fun. They're going to put the Snapfire in the mid lane. I very much appreciate this. While C goes and clears those ancient stacks like we were talking about. And it's not that the axe is invulnerable to pressure, but if you're dealing damage to the axe, you're almost certainly taking damage in return, just like this. 1 versus 2. Never going to be good for any hero, but having all of his mana burnt does mean that Solan is not actually taking damage. Eris coming in from behind. It should be a cleanup. Now that is significant to Bat, having the dream game here as the anti-mage. Up top will be fine. Van having the dream game as well. somewhat surprising seeing a second pick anti-mage this well in lane, given that there were actually counters. Bite Beauty is the one that funnily enough to take down the Phoenix. This is a guy who was supposed to be a support. He's like, I want some EXP, let me soak, hurt me. Able to take the Phoenix, which also does make it that much surprising that Cignal Ultra last picked that Phoenix. Now Solan here again, 1 versus 2. Will the call able to get a couple of spins here? Really the damage to get that dunk on the Disruptor. Instead, it's another kill going Abat's way. Now, all the pieces have lined up for Cignal. Van here have the dream. Every Timbersoul's dream is exactly what Van is doing here. No way to punish him. He's just happy tanking up these creeps, making sure he gets all those lovely stacks. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophets, it's not like he's been having a bad time either. Is being stalked by a Nyx Assassin. This is an Invis rune. This is not the Vendetta. Going to be going for the farming build himself, the Mask of Madness, a very effective item, no matter the hero hitting creeps. Meanwhile, our anti-mage having a pretty good game. It really is just the Axe suffering. I think for the most part, the mid laners are happy as well. Even Jamesy going down, he still got his hand of Midas, he still got his levels. Does have to be a bit careful for that stray cookie coming in, perhaps. Another attempt here out onto Solan. Keeping his distance, will not allow himself to get a call. Definitely respecting the potential of the Axe. This time they're not able to take him down. They're happy with burning all of his mana, however, blows a lot of his HP. Symmetric really can rely on the jungle. However, every single hero on their team is decent at jungling. Perhaps with the exception of Clockwork, which is why they're giving the Clockwork the lane up top, while the rest of the heroes go jungle. And although it's definitely not the ideal matchup for the Clockwork, in fact, there's a risk of him dying against the Timbers, so I think you would still much rather have him get EXP. And now that they have level 6, will they try and go for something? Many of levels on the Sapphire as well. Do you go for something aggressive here if you are Symmetric? Got Van trapped up here, haven't used the hookshot yet. But I think the map is just a little bit too tanky. We'll pick up some more stacks though. If Symmetric are able to stay in this game, it really is going to be because of that jungle. Of course, when the enemy is farming jungle camps, I think you can be very happy as an anti-mage, since it's obviously not coming after you. Solan gets the cheeky eye there. That is a very big pain. I indeed. I mean, that's pretty BM either way, right? Just coming in, you don't even have to time it, just walking casually at the last hit. Eris, he finally has hit level 6, so this is actually the Vendetta, not just an Invis rune. Wants to find a high value target, ideally something like Nature's Prophet while he's off farming, but it's easier said than done. Can you always be somewhere around? Since he's no longer showing in lane, can always counter-initiate from a long range. What is this smoke going to achieve? They're headed right for the Timbersoul. Do they really think they can take out? He's actually losing a lot of his stacks here. Gotta make the attempt. Cookie for the lead up is going to miss. However, they've got him inside the cogs. They've got, well, a very good ultimate there for taking him down. That is going to be finally Van getting knocked down a peg. A very important kill, I think. You do not want to let that Timbersoul rampage out of control. They do, however, expend 2 ultimates for it, which is definitely a very big deal. But they're able to come in off James. Fun add the Phoenix, especially in a game where there are pretty good counters to him. They're too afraid of the Phoenix scaling into the late game. They're really more about the anti-mage. Not having your hook shot, not having your Mortimer's Kiss, even if it isn't that effective against the anti-mage, relatively speaking. Just means that a bat can be that much more secure. Really, the Timber Soul, I think your job is to attract attention. You're very happy to die if it takes 3 heroes and a couple of ultimates to kill you. Eris is gonna get spotted out and miss out on that impaling. Might still try to dive in onto him anyway. James definitely wants to try. The Bot Grim's coming in here. It's only level 1 on the Glimpse, however, so a bit hard to really go for anything. Now, dude, right onto Grims. I don't know if he has enough damage alone, but with the beauty coming in, that is finally a kill. Now chasing off for more Van up against the Dust off C, however, that magic damage up by beauty, he will go down. Timber Soul really not that tanky if you're able to take him down fast. Of course, it's a different story if he's able to survive for long and get those stacks built up, but as we were mentioning before, the TA is one of those few physical damage heroes who can actually cut him down to size. Nature's Prophet, definitely not a hero who can do that, actually. Especially with a build like his, not that much damage. Really, it's all about that attack speed. You are not going to do anything to Timber Soul. But Beauty jumping in. So far, not really having that much success. Perhaps in some danger of his own. You have to watch out for that glimpse. This whole time, we haven't really talked about it, but our Nature's Prophet, he has just been farming. All he's done, he's barely joined, I think maybe dropping a Wrath of Nature every now and then. That's about it. Just happy farming up. He is position 1. He does want to hook in, does want to make use of the Mortimer's Kisses. Of course, ideally, you want to be going for the anti-mage, but it is a slippery here. I think before you have the Blink Dagger on your axe, it's going to be quite hard. It's a perfectly valid way to try and deal with an anti-mage by just pushing while you know he's weak. Right now, even with the Mask of Madness, even with the Battle Fury, you can't really fight the anti-mage. Definitely an interesting build-up here on the AM. I don't think it's something we start off in the Mask of Madness first. Jamesy here, he's going to have his Sunray escape interrupted. Grim's coming in a little bit too late with that Static Storm to really do anything, and Canoe is not afraid at all. Another death here off to Jamesy, our last pick. Phoenix not feeling so hot at the moment. Our axe, on the other hand, he finally does have that Blink Dagger. It's actually a decent timing there, now catching out the next assassin. Our fault of the man. Not the biggest of kills, as he didn't have that shot, but again, you are worried about the Timber Soul snowballing out of control.
And not in a good way.
He's got the full treads flying to him, gonna be going for yet more cost-efficient items. Dive in there, Jamesy just looking to get a bit of damage out onto C. We've got our first Blink initiation here. Can Solon actually take down the AM? Does not seem that likely. It's very hard to get the finish with a dunk. Of course, all your mana being burned, but even just the fact that he has the Soul Shield, it's a very easy skill to preempt. It's a long cat time. Canoe here actually able to get the snipe on the courier. That's a bit cheeky. That just looking to tank up here. Did have, I think, a Yule Scepter queued up before, but I don't think a Yule Scepter is really that useful. I don't think there's really any way to deal with him since he's got so much defense. Sky forced to TP out here, not what you want to see from your position. Meanwhile, in the jungle, we do have Nick coming out that will finally pop this time, but it's only just for one hero. Once supported that. Meanwhile, their mid tower gets denied. Meanwhile, C just farmed up the whole time. He's actually top of net worth. Even though the lane was not in his favor, all you gotta do is hit some creeps. That is how the game goes. Another smoke up here. They do have an axe joining up as well. Can they take down a bat while he's farming this ancient? That is going to be very interesting. As we see there, he is silenced by that berserk. But your pattern as the anti-mage, if you're not expecting to gank things, can be very predictable. After he clears out, he's probably going to blink down to this camp. A bat not touched him just yet. He's still behind the Templar Assassin, but he's got very good GP going. And really, for him, the game just skyrockets from here. If you can stop him from snowballing like that, you could potentially be in a very, very good position. Clearing out these Ancient Knights quickly. They do have it. They're actually not going to wait for the Axe. Solon instead going to focus on defending. Now, I think it was very optimistic to go for a kill like that if you're not going to bring your Axe in. Especially with a cookie like that, it does take a lot of coordination to land a cookie before that blink. Instead, C is going to go for the cheeky play here. A bat, he got taken down just like that. What a play coming up from C. What a play. In any case, that is still a big kill on the other side of the map. I think Solon would have a very tough time against just Van, but bringing in both supports as well will certainly tell his doom. Meanwhile, James going for Hans Halberd. Of course, it's very effective against heroes like the Templar Assassin, but even Nature's Prophet there. Starting to scale into a proper right-click core. Still, though, they don't have a very good solution to Van when he's in a situation like that, when he will attack up the tower. And if you're able to catch him in the middle of a team fight, however, that's an entirely different story. Now, Sky in some trouble. Now, he does have a TP to get on out of there. That is a KB charge being used. And against heroes like Phoenix, like a Disrupt, we really do need those BKB charges to stay and fight. Every single charge does matter, especially when it's your second item B. So, Len grouping up with C, they both have Blink Daggers. Finally going to be going for a bit of a push here. Hours do fall extremely quickly to that ATP coming in. Does look like Cignal Ultra want to fight. And they do have their Phoenix with the...
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
Can they actually hold on here? Looks like the answer is yes. Symmetric not going to push the issue. That being said, I do think there is a bit of pressure on them to start to close things out, be it kills, be it towers. The anti-mage, even though you've killed him, he is still going to be that ultimate late game threat. Even if he is going for a bit of an orthodox build. Normally, I would say you do want a Manta style on an anti-mage no matter what. But actually, Sky not going for the most common item on the Nature's Prophet, not going for the Orchid. Meanwhile, you do have the Snapfire action. Sorry, not the Snapfire, you have the Axe in the game. Speaking of that Axe, going for an gank, you're spotting out the NLSN with the word they placed down earlier. Very easy kill. We'll see if they try to use this to go into the Roshan pit. It can be extremely hard fighting the Phoenix, but they do have the damage saved out in a timely fashion. And actually, that's we'll see an invisible axe to get that kill. They do have a bit of chain CC there with an easy setup, and they even commit the Mortimer's Kisses. It's a lot of effort to take down the Phoenix, but without the Phoenix, I think it is very hard for Cignal Ultra to really defend. You can buy a lot of time, of course, with your Timbers full, clearing out those creep waves. You can't really go on Timber himself. But going for the towers should be quite easy. Going for Roshan as well should be quite easy. 20 seconds for our Phoenix to reset. Roshan should be down by 1. Oh, Cignal Ultra looks like they win the contest. We'll see what the plan is here, and they're leading up with the Disruptor to get vision with that kinetic field, because it's going to be down. However, Van coming in, he just wants a contest, but unsuccessful. Sky popping that BKB once again, completely ignoring that static storm. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage in the pit, he's going to get called, not quite taken down yet, but he is chasing. Spirit Vessel not going to finish him off. Our AM looks like he will be fine, but it is being cut extremely close. Symmetric have actually lost 2 heroes on the other side of their team fight. Their Templar is Assassin abandoning that, going for a chase but not getting rewarded by a kill. That is going to hurt them quite a bit. Not going to get interrupted on that TP. That is going to be get out of there, but unfortunately Canoe left behind. And Symmetric with the Templar Assassin, they really don't have a good solution to Temper Soul. Eventually, the Temper Soul doesn't run out of mana, which is going to be pretty hard at this point in the game when he has a Bloodstone. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you. As we've seen, there is absolutely nothing the Fear Gun can do. Absolutely nothing. You really need to lay into him with your spells. And if not, you really need a Templar Assassin. If you don't have either or both of these things, there is no hope whatsoever taking down the Timber. I mean, even now, just fighting 1 versus 2 is quite low on these stacks of react. You do have to be careful with Mix Assassin in the area. They are going to go for all here. DD onto C is going to be the answer. DD onto C. As we were saying, it is possible to take him out. Actually, I'm going to be getting aggressive here, popping the egg immediately. I think this might actually be an egg kill if they focus it. Getting a bit late on the targeting there, instead hitting the hero inside the cog. Though, if you're able to take down the Phoenix at the end, it's all the same. Symmetric, they want to close this out. They want to move on and take the first prize. All they need is one more game. Cignal Ultra have done a very good stalling. They've done a very good job of buying their handmade time. Is a bat ready to fight now? I don't know. He's gonna get called actually. Will Solan will. Oh wow, they actually just take him down just like that. They didn't even need the dunk. The blade now, just an amazing item against the AM. He's relatively squishy. There'll be much tankier very soon, but meanwhile his team's just getting picked apart on the other side. Man, well, we'll see if he's tanky enough. He's getting a lot of these charges. See, only killing him here. Now Eris turning around, trying to get some escape kills. We'll see if the Phoenix joining up can help with that. Does no longer have the egg on. The Phoenix has to be very careful, but Stun is a great ability. Okay, down one now, going for the Heaven's Help are doing a lot of work as well. There is a PB available on the TA. We'll see if he's safe. Well, actually won't even need that. Templar Assassin with the Aegis, with the Desolator, that is all you need, it seems. And that's really rather the threatening high ground roundabout now on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, of course, being dead, that's not going to be successful. Long glimpse there onto Sky, with only the Disrupt being up, can't really punish this. Dual Scepter available as well. And now the rest of his team has respawned. That glimpse would have been up. Well, in fact, it is going to be used here. BKB being forced out. Again, a very big deal to use your BKB charges this early. I think we're down to maybe 6 seconds, 7 seconds on the Nature's Prophet BKB. Not great at all, especially being in a Cignal Ultra. All they want to do right now is stall for more time. You want to get your anti tanky enough to survive the act combination. You want him to get up to the basher so he can kill anyone on Symmetric. Cignal Ultra, they have lost a lot of charges on their Timber Tool. He's died a couple of times because Symmetric have pulled ahead in net worth. He's not nearly as tanky as he used to be. With him picking up something like a casual chain mail or a casual, I can't remember what it's called, but pick up some more casual armor. Instead, he's going to go for the evasion option. Having full harm can go very well, especially when you've got matching Heaven's Halberd from the rest of your team. It's very frustrating to play against as the TA if you aren't able to get your BKB off in a good timing at the very start of a team fight. But having the evasion also means you aren't building stacks of your reactive armor. Meanwhile, a Templar Assassin, especially with the anti-mage dying earlier, top of network, now with the DD, with that Daedalus, everybody on the side of Cignal has to be careful. Even our Timbersaw here now actually showing himself. I think he could be in some trouble if he gets gone on. They are going to get swapped. However, that disarm coming just in time onto the Templar Assassin, can't make use of the Daedalus, can't make use of his BKB time. However, they are still losing heroes. Next Assassin down for now. Can they take down the egg? Actually, the core IO here, the Sky inside that's a static storm, but they are able to take down the anti-mage. Even losing your position 1 for position 1 is worth it if that's all you lose. Symmetric looking for more. Still got the more kisses actually, but they will be interrupted fairly quickly. See, just one shots the next assassin. My goodness. Grims will be fine, however. Did see the interaction of Spike Carapace against the Snapfire Mortimer Kisses. Very easy to interrupt, but in the end, Symmetric, they end up winning that fight. As I was saying, even trading position 1 for position 1, that's a decent trade for them because the position 1 of the enemy is an anti-mage. It's always worth trading pretty much any hero against the anti-mage. Just because the opportunity cost for him being dead is so much greater. Now Symmetric 9k ahead, things are looking pretty darn good for them. Roshan should be spawning fairly soon. And if it's a fast Roshan timer, things are looking up for Symmetric. I think the Cignal Ultra, even though on paper you have a good team fight, you don't really have that reliable lockdown. It's hard for you to start a fight other than using a glimpse or having a Next Assassin walk in, but when they're always have vision. And meanwhile, Phoenix has been picked into a couple of counters. Aggressive move here from our anti-mage, actually going into farm. He'll just about get out of his life. Symmetric, can they use this opportunity to pressure tower? The anti-mage will heal up relatively fast with the Mask of Madness. So if they do want to apply some pressure, now is the time. They can take all tier 2 towers off the map. It's just that much less space for Cignal Ultra to keep farming. Looks like they want to go high ground. Not going to wait for push on here. It's always risky pushing in this scenario, so they are actually going to back off instead. They found a better target. It's Timbersaw unable to build those stacks. He is going to fall just like that. Of course, killing the Timbersaw is not killing the anti-mage. You really would rather kill the AM. Can they get it done? They have the hook shot. They've got some vision here with those traps as well. Every death here is extremely costly. Blind Blink in, not gonna connect from Solan. They do land the hook shot on time. Forward Tap is a great ability for getting out. So are those legs on high ground. They do spot him out, but Eris just about gonna get out of there. Really, just. You do not want to be losing your next assassin immediately after your Timbersaw. Like, one hero dead, you can still handle as long as it's not the anti-mage, because it generally means they did commit resources to try and take that hero down. It really does need to tank. If he can get to a point where he can easily survive through a single call of the axe, I think he's in good position. And to that end, actually, it's old school, but I really don't mind seeing a heart on the anti-mage. A lot of people these days, they would prefer to get something like a Scotty, which has been buffed a lot, would prefer to get something like a Satanic, again buffed a lot, but I think it's hard to argue the roll HP that you get from a heart. Meanwhile, Roshan going down to Symmetric, of course, really was a given. The only question being whether it would be contested. So that's Aegis as well as Cheese. They put Cheese on probably on the... no, they put it on the Nature's Prophet, apparently. Haven't really talked about him for a while, but Sky has done a good job keeping up in farm, even against anti-mage, just constantly farming. And in a situation like this, that was damn close, actually, to our anti-mage going down. I thought in a situation like this, if that was going to go down for sure without that heart. But he does survive, and that is very, very big. Grims here are going to get taken down by those Mortimer Kisses. It's again a very nice combo between the two ultimates of the supports. Now, this could be a pretty good opportunity to get something going on these towers, but there is still the pesky anti-mage to deal with. They are spotting him out. These Psionic Traps, can they actually get the setup stolen in the area? Gonna land the call once again this time? Can they deal with him? They couldn't really do it with Sky already being in the area, so I think even with the time lag, there's no way they actually kill him. Of course, there is round 2 in theory, but the X still has to regenerate his mana first. It's not that he hasn't died, but he is playing a very good game here on the anti-mage. Things are certainly tense. A lot is riding on his back. The support duo once again trying to get feisty, but without the Snapfire ultimate, it's actually a bit hard. They're going to glimpse back the Clockwork into the Static Storm. I have a big kill here. That kill is a kill. As long as they don't get punished for it, taking down the Clockwork really does make things so much easier for a bat. The only thing that can knock him down now is that axe. Slowly but surely a bat. He's getting to the stage where he might just be able to carry everything. Gonna get called here, and this time around, there's plenty of damage to take him down. Oh no. 100 seconds? Well, they're gonna try for a fight regardless. But Beauty, kind of low in mana, still does not have his ultimate. Can get on top of him. Banny's doing his best job at Symmetric. Could be popping that BKB nice and early. Can he find a target though, or is he just gonna get kited around? White Beauty just barely gonna survive through everything, deals plenty of damage to Vandas. A big crit to finish him off. Now the Act going in, tries to get the initiation. They still have not dealt with Phoenix, but then the side blades. My goodness. Templar Assassin pretty much 6 slotted here with the Aegis. How do you deal with this hero? Symmetric kill after kill ever since this anti-mage died. Looking to close things out. They push so quickly. Got plenty of minus armor. We got the AC on the Nature's Prophet as well. Going straight for the tier 4 towers. They do not want to play with this anti-mage any longer. They just want to close things out. Cignal Ultra still holding on to all of their big ultimates. Can they hold on long enough? Survive? Apparently not. That is going to be that Cignal Ultra. They put up a very good fight, but some of their drafts couldn't quite hit their mark in Symmetric. They end up taking it through